I'm sure.
Alright.
Guy, you gonna be doing?
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Am I gonna be doing what now?
Are you gonna be checking out Sky Oblivion?
Sky Oblivion? Yeah, I've heard about it. I'll probably check it out at some point. I don't know.
They posted some video the other day about it, and it's looking like it's ready to come out on track this year. So
Yeah, I knew it was scheduled for sometime this year. Morning, Dead Soul. How you doing, Faye?
I don't know if you checked it out in the tavern. I posted a video, the newest video about Blood of the Dawnwalker.
Nah, not really interested. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Not a fan of The Witcher 3?
I mean, The Witcher 3 was decent, but
Yeah, that's the guys that actually made that game left CD Projekt to make their own company, and that's Blood of the Dawnwalker is their game. And the video actually has gameplay for once instead of just like cinematic stuff.
Go here.
One of the benefits being home, I can actually watch your Twitch.
Oh, I guess I'll put it here. Walls. So, today's project is to try and complete a new plant as I came up with last time around, or as I figured out last time around. I'm a little short on the rubber I've been making. We need more for the plant. I also need more plastic. So I figured I already had a train coming by these couple of nodes up here next to the Titan Forest. So I dropped in a train station. I'm gonna grab 3 cars worth of rubber. I'll have a car worth of plastic. And then I'm also going to grab... There's a deuterium node and a sulfur node right over near here. I will put into this other train as well. That's the plan for this little stop. You see I've already got it mostly set up. Or sorry, I had sulfur and limestone. I don't know why I need the limestone, but I think that's what I had set there. Oh yeah, it was sulfur and limestone. Whatever. I'll grab that instead. But I've got this all set up currently. I still got to finish doing pipe work. The inputs at least are done for this line here. This is 1200 oil coming in, turning into heavy oil residue. I still got to plumb together the outputs. They will then come over into here. I got to get water brought in here. We're going to be going up the second floor. From the second floor on up, it's going to be expanded out a little bit because I need to make room for another 108 refineries and 32 blenders in this building. So I'd been doing some figuring in my head on how I wanted to do that. What I'm going to do is get rid of that. Actually, what I was just starting to do is I'm going to make a floor for belting and piping, and I'm going to have all of these exhaust into that floor. Now that we have those fancy little like air circulating fans and things like that, I'm going to stick them on the walls to, you know, quote, vent the area. Not that it matters. So I will have a floor at this height. Like so. I'm going to do something like this where I'll have it come over the top of the railroad track. That way I have a little more room in here. That's the plan anyway. Normally I wouldn't bother with detail work until much later, but there. Put some nice weirdness in the building. So I've been trying to figure out how I was going to try and fit this structure into this area. As it was, instead of 60 refineries down here, I cut it down to 30 by overclocking, which helped a lot. You know, that helps a lot. I still got to break up these lines. We got to get this stuff plumbed, so on. Go. Go on, Araxis. There we go. I guess we'll put that to that, because it's not going to see through into there. That's fine. Like that. And this is going to become a feature that you're never going to see, so whatever. It's unsatisfactory, but you hear a storm rolling in. Yeah, that's never a bad thing to do. They can get brutal. go. Did some exploring, lap around the map to open it up. Bunch of random things. There you go. This should make for an interesting looking building. Mr. Cope, what's going on, buddy? How was your stream this morning? Next project's going to be getting a second factory going to pump out computers. Saw a few things to phase 4 project require computers component. Yeah. There is some need of that stuff as you get up there. Mr. Vito, how you doing, buddy? Alright. Oh. Now we need... I want to say it was 4,000 water I need. Total. Boomhauer coming in with a raid too. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? Great. Got to talk to Vito this morning. Right on. Okay, perfect. I can do these coming out from here, right down this line. They'll fit under there. I can do them right here. I'll do them right there. Obviously not on that line. Liking the support I have for the train tracks? Nice. Hey, Neon, how you doing? Yeah, I made those in Blueprinter. So I can slap them in underneath my train tracks as I'm building them out. Oh, hey, look at that. I forgot one. I forgot one. Shame on me. I forgot one. Alright. Let's see. 4,000. I need... I guess let's start with the... these. What's going on, MacGyver? Heading out for a day of fishing? Nice. Well, enjoy, buddy. You take care. You, sir, are gonna get the shit out of the way. Get out of here, stupid thing. Get out of my factory, you fucking shithead.
Looks like you trapped him in there.
He spawned in the floor, so he was kind of stuck in here. Unfortunately. Wasn't intentional. But he did get stuck in the floor. There we go. There's that. Yep. All right, Mr. Cope. You take care, buddy. We want a merger. Probably right there. Use my first piece of actual curved. Go. Excuse me? Did that? Okay, yeah, it went in. Didn't look like it for a second there. Doing alright, Neon. How about yourself, sir? I don't know what the shit that was, but... one of you doggone doctors. Yeah, unfortunate. Unfortunate. But I know that feeling. I'm in much the same boat after all. Shit just keeps getting worse. Doctors keep dicking me around. These take what? 80 water a minute. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 400. I'll leave those at 2 separate amounts. Actually, I think what I'm gonna do is we will put 5E. That'll work. That's where I'll bring the water in for these guys. And over here, I have it set in groups of 5, so 400, 400. We'll just bring them straight up into the next floor with some pumps and so on. I can do that. Over here, we'll get a little trickier. Because, you know, lack of space. It'll fit, but it's gonna be tight. Unless I go one out each end, but then I've got that over there. I guess I could always go into the floor and across. Because I did make this little area here. I could always do that. I can take this middle section, drop them into the floor. I mean, it'll be in the, yeah, it'll be in the ground. You won't see it. It'll be in the basement. You won't see it. Go straight up from here. Straight up from here. That'll come over, and then I can poke them over, like right here. Yeah, yeah. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Nope, don't like it. Don't like it. Something like that. That. And that. That. No. Stop that. That's not what I clicked on. Chunka. How's it going? Alright, let me see where I was at. Hey, West dude, how's it going? Keep trying to play Factorio, hit the point where you badly want something like FE, but realize there isn't. So stop playing FE. K2, or maybe trying K2, or maybe Bob's. I'm unfamiliar with what it is you're referencing, West dude. Quick question for the builders out there. Trying to make a half-circle coal power plant, and the power generators are placed in that shape as well. Problem arises in pipe junctions. Place and rotate them off-grid. Your best bet when placing stuff like that is, like, for me, example for me here, this is on a weird grid angle right here. So even when I tried to place these blueprints on this outside edge and move them forward, they weren't lining up. So I had to do the entire floor here, as you can see, on this angle to have everything neatly aligned. You can always then go in and erase this floor and put that floor underneath it if you don't like seeing this clipping. So what I would do is, in the case of your semicircle, is build the floor enough to get your pipe junction down, and then you can always swap the floor piece that's underneath it. That way your pipe junction stays in line with the generator. You know, like, obviously, here's my refinery, here's where I want my pipe junction. Bring the floor out enough to where that pipe junction's going to sit in relation to your refinery or generator. Put down your junction. Then you can always take these couple pieces of floor back up to put the floor wherever you want it for being on your grid. Does that make sense there, Nemesis? You know, say you had one there. You could put your pipe junction down, then delete this one, and then say you got your next one here like this. You put your pipe junction down now. Now you can take this one up, put your pipe junction down there, and so on. Yeah, you make your own grid with the foundations that then this sits on. And then you can always put this one back. Clearly, those are too close together, but, you know, as an example, you would do that, and then this would line up perfectly with your generator. What do I want? No. Not a problem. I've built a few things in this world. They're mostly that way. Well, there's one of them. You see right there. That's where my other petroleum plant is. You can't quite see my factory from here, though. Now you can see it. Right there. See? There's the main factory. Oh, the top of it anyway. Yeah, it's pretty good size. What's up, apples? Power slug. Nope. I was talking with Zelray the other day about it. And yeah, I got no interest in playing PoE 2. Here's my coal power plant. Of course, it's going nighttime now, so you can't really see it. But yeah, there's my main plant. Still filling it in, but That's starting the uranium stuff is going to be produced over there. So I was starting the drone area for that. Belt highways and so on. But that's my main factory. Space elevator. Then over there's my main refinery. Yeah, I haven't played any PoE 2 since was it January, I think is what it showed. I was talking with Zelray about it the other day. He's been playing a lot of the new season. Haha. Stupid piggy. And I'm gonna wait for a second so I can deselect this train as it comes by. There. Bad piggy. Mean old pig. What a mean old pig. Ow, rude. That is heckin' rude, man. What did I do to that pig? Nothing. Yeah, radioactive bacon's no fun to eat. You know, it tends to give you an upset stomach.
Alright, back to Skyrim.
There's somebody over here shooting shit at me. Now what? Now what? Now what? What you gonna do about it? Bitch. There's a slug over there, and I suddenly want it. Why? I don't know. I just do. Slug down there, too. Ooh, that's a purple one. I really want that one. You stop that, sir. Okay, where'd he go? Oh, he ran off. He wasn't dead yet. Give me the slug. Hey. Give me the slug, please. Never had a response about why do you think there's no tier 2? I don't know. Obviously with no tier 2 trains to make things any faster, the only reason for a tier 2 train would potentially be to have more volume on it. But as far as like the train stations and so on, I don't know. It's not like they're gonna go any faster. I mean, potentially they might, but I don't know how well they've got the game programmed to handle all that stuff. Plus, you know, couple that with, you know, other limitations, like you've already got 2 belts out on a train station moving, you know, the Mark 6 belts into those. You've got potentially up to 2,400 items a minute coming out. It's difficult to even get anywhere near that in transport volume because of the time it takes. So, I mean, maybe a tier 2 would have a quicker animation on it and hold a little more, I guess. But there's already mods for that. I mean, I won't say it'll never happen, but okay, let's go ahead. We need to start working on
But yeah, the fix for the Edge UI, by the way, since I finally got able to do it, it was way easier than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, I did it with the long enough to get some customization done, and then I put it back because it was messing with other elements, you know, other widgets.
Yeah, yeah. All I did was I created my character, or I hit it, created my character, got out of the character creation, loaded into the game, saved, got off, and then unhit it, and then went back into the game.
Yep, pretty much what I did. It was you gotta hide one of the things within the
files. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It was a lot easier than I expected. Like it was almost dummy proof. So easy. That's what I was worried. I was like, man, I really want to use Edge UI, but I don't know how deep it's going to be. Because I want to actually make my character. But it turned out it was very easy. I was like, cool. Because I like Edge UI a lot better than Tarnish.
What I just heard. I just. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've heard that saying before, Vito. That's awesome. Hat that he's got. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I shit on company time. If you're making a dime, you're overpaid, sir. I'm just gonna point that out to you. I mean, even before taxes, that's still pretty overpaid, sir. We'll do that. I can then carry these pipes around. Bada bing, bada boom. We'll build them out on this grid here. And it should work. Keyword should. Oh, you fucks. Be that way then. Well, the only way to fucking skin a cat, bitches. Or the one way to skin a cat. One, two, three, four. Dang it. Ain't gonna fit. Just a touch out of the way. No, wasn't just the other piece. Okay. Well, then I won't put any on that side. I'll stick them all over here. Do 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 do. So that'll be, I needed 4,000 water. That can be the 800 I need for there. I still need 3,200 upstairs. It'll be 6 pipes no matter which way I cut it. Only real mod considered is one that turns the chainsaw into a huge AoE clear. They've got some like that, West Dude. I've played with nuclear power. Not just long enough to make a plutonium fuel rod that I could then stick into an awesome sink as part of the rules for the playthrough. So I have, but not really, is what that one boils down to. It's the overarching goal of this playthrough is to do nuclear, max nuclear, so I am working towards it, but that's, you know, kind of getting there slowly as I go. And in this case, I needed, you know, I need more rubber, more plastic down at the plant to continue working towards that. So take a minute, go do a rubber factory, come back. Okay, we want to do. All right, there, Mr. Vito. Appreciate the lurk, buddy. Get out of here, shithead. You're either gonna leave or you're gonna die. Die it is.
What made you look at that poor animal and decide it deserved pain?
Must be the first time I've killed one of those in this playthrough, because I don't remember it ever saying that. What made you look at that poor animal and decide it deserved pain? It was in my way. That's what made me do it. Oh, I was about to say, like, what the hell? Why is nothing in there? But it's not actually pumping anything, because wasn't hooked up to power yet. Why is there nothing in this pipe? Maybe because it's not hooked up to power yet. Like that. See, that's hooked up to power. Amazing. Yeah, it'll get there. It'll get there. Pretty much, Raxus, yep. There it goes. I may turn this so it goes in a different direction, but haven't decided yet. Well, that's gonna be a toughie. There. We'll just imagine it's in the right spot. And then I'll straighten it out upstairs. What's going on there, Arthur and Mitch? Oh, ow. Power all these buildings. You keep setting to have a bunch of fuel generator factories. So I have the coal power plant. I have an emergency biofuel plant. Then I have a turbo fuel power plant, and I have some fuel being made at my other, you can see the top of it right there. That houses some fuel generators as well. But my primary power source comes from over here. It's right out over here. I have a group of fuel generators running turbo fuel. I have 504 generators over there, something like that. Then I have another 96 over here. I'm at the point now, production-wise, where I'm getting ready to start working on uranium fuel rods to start powering nuclear. So that's what I was starting to do over here. But the problem I'm running into is I'm not making enough rubber in my main plant. Hence why I decided to take a moment, come over here, build this out, and then do that. Yep, 504. Blueprints and verticality. I'll show you. Let me pop on over. Autosave. It's what? 1,600 of oil over there? Because you have 2 pure nodes and 2 non-pure nodes. $1,600 or 1,800, whichever one it is. I think it's 1,800 over there. As you can see, I've got trains running all over the place right now, so I make turbo blend fuel out of it. And turbo fuel only takes like 4.5 fuel to make a generator run. Oh, hello. Sorry, distracted by the slug. There you can see them. A lot of slugs, man. I know I had seen a yellow one. So here I have, you see there's oil there. I don't know why. I didn't think he was working today.
He's not. My mother's fucking, like, been texting me all fucking morning.
There's another oil there. And I got oil in there. Sorry. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 over there. Back in just a second.
She needs the cat carrier brought down, but she's been on my ass all fucking morning.
Alright. So, yeah, Alright, yeah, so there's a fracking site there. Oil, oil, oil. And there was another one over there. So you get the 4 oil spots here, plus the fracking site. Which totals out to additional oil. All of that then goes into this building here, where it's all turned into heavy oil and some petroleum coke. You see there's the heavy oil coming out. There's petroleum coke on these top lines. That then comes into this building here. All of the resin comes into this building, where it's turned into cloth, plastic, rubber. That comes out there, goes into here, over to a train station, as well as some turbo fuel. Here is the sulfur needed to mix with that. We're making some diluted fuel, and then turbo blend in here. The pipes run underneath the water here, and then up into that. Fracking. Yeah. So you have a gas pump on that injects gas into the ground and forces out oil. There's a couple sites like that. It is this here, the oil well, the resource well pressurizer, and the extractors. I don't remember how much that one actually produces over there. But then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 floors of 72. Then I have a floor of 40 and a floor of 8. Ah, 900 a minute coming out of here. Excuse me? Sir. How did you get into my building, sir? So we got 900 of oil coming out of here, plus the oil. Huh. I forgot a beam. And then couple that in with the other ones, and then all that comes in here. Gets turned into, like I said, heavy oil. Plus over here we're making, I guess a petroleum coke from heavy oil residue. And the rest of the heavy oil heads into there. Some of it goes over, mixes with water to make diluted fuel. This place is pretty, convoluted under here. It looks almost like the underside of this building. Then I have all of these encased. So, you know, I got a few things jammed into there. This one took me... This took me probably 70, 80 hours for this. I mean, all of this is blueprinted, so it goes quick, right? It's just slapping together blueprints. It's more about the time it takes to get the materials for it. Because there's a lot of materials in this. I mean, you can see the materials just for that center section right there. Then, you know, each of those, plus each of the fuel generators. So yeah, I mean, it took a while for this project. The major refinery I have up on the north coast, that one took probably a little longer than this one did. So, in all, there's a lot of work in these projects, but I've got 400 and something hours in this save. And coupled with all the belt highways. I did spend quite a while making the different blueprints and so on. So, yeah. I mean, then again, for most people, the amount of power I'm making in that factory, or between my two power plants, most people probably wouldn't ever need any more power than that. Because I produce right now around 200,000 power. But for me to do the nuclear build out the way I want to do it, whoa, hey, a little bit of lag in the autosave. I'm gonna need like 380,000 power to build it all out properly. Ooh, light flashed before my eyes there. I have another spot here where I'm getting oil out of it. Yep. Basically, I'm getting to a point now where I'm going to need to start bringing some nuclear online in order to finish out the build with the plutonium and everything like that. I've got enough leeway right now to keep going for a little bit longer, but I will need to start getting nuclear going. But I'm at the point where it's not a big deal. I'm able to start making the uranium fuel rods soon. I mean, I've got the electromagnetic control rods and stuff made. It's just a matter of finishing things off, starting to bring the nuclear in. But you can see I'm making around 203,000. It fluctuates. I need to do some work on the piping in order to properly fix it. but I'm making a decent amount. So there will be I do plan on having a large power storage building. I just haven't built it yet. I haven't designed it. I've been too focused on other stuff. I was gonna get ready to start doing the phase 5 parts, at least, you know, a small amount per minute, like 0.25 a minute, and start building those out. But that's when I realized I would need more rubber and things like that. So I decided I'd take care of rubber first and then work on some of the other shit. But yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can get done. Given the, you know, the time involved, so to speak. Yeah, I've done that in several places. Here, I'm not worried about it because I'm only making a single, you know, I'm only making a single turn. And yeah, I could get rid of that a little bit more, but I mean, I'm not super worried about it. It's one spot. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3. 4. Oh, if I could get it where I want it. Close enough. rough idea where I want it. Put it right there. We go 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's see, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That. Okay. That. Then just gonna ask this, but do you have any building tips for doing the outside of a building? Gotten too comfortable with just making box factories, giving them windows, and going about your day? There's a lot you can do to, Discord's being stupid this morning, I think.
Yep.
Say it keeps connecting and disconnecting. There's a lot you can do with changing up windows, mixing in different windows, mixing in different, build materials on the walls, adding beams and pillars to the mix. You know, I mean, just so much as adding simple beams to the outside of a factory can drastically change the look. You know, you do this, then you offset a color. You know, adding in pillars, things like that. Mixing in truss work, varying the outside dimensions between floors. Like, even this here, I didn't need this little extra space here on the outside of this. But just adding in this one extra tile out here, throwing in a couple of angles with this, changes the whole look of the outside of this building right here. And then I offset these back in here, put in some signs laying on the ground to create that upward look. That's one big thing to do. Instead of just doing walls, like say I took these walls off of this section and kept the 4-meter foundations, because I don't have anything on this edge here. I could take these walls out, keep 4-meter foundations right here. Obviously, I'd have to move this post, or I could just bury it in the wall, whichever the case. Keep a 4-meter foundation right there through this whole piece, and then I could inset these windows partway in so it gives some depth to the outside edge of the building. That's one way to do it. You know, I mean, it's not something everybody thinks of, but your foundations, for example, you have different materials you can use on your foundation. which changes up the outside look of the building. They also don't have some of the limitations on the wall materials that you get from standard walls. So, like I said, if I were to erase all of those and do that number all the way up, that makes a big difference on the look of the outside of the building. Now, if I get rid of all of this, like so, and do that, like that. Do that number. And then here you could do something like that, and now it's completely changed the look of this wall. Then throw in things like some of these labels here, because you can stand these up. And you know, that adds a big difference to the way the outside of that looks. Didn't change a ton, but the depth that I added to that wall Yep. Yeah, I mean, you can do the angled bits as well. One of the other things that people don't realize is you can take, like, this full frame window here, and then you can take the ramped walls, and you can actually fit them into the window. And then you could do something like that, then take this window here, and now you have this. You still have a window there, but now you have one of these, and you could run it at an angle across your factory. And you don't need that full frame window either. You could use one of these windows or so on to, you know, change it up. Instead of just having a square window like this, I could do one of these numbers and then have that angle come up and do do different things into the space, and then have the window in here. Now you could do something like that with that big inverted 8-meter. Like this. Then come over to your walls where your windows are. Take these honeycomb windows. See, it doesn't like that 8-meter one at all, but you can use those other ones to do the same thing. Or you put the window in first, and then you come back afterwards and put those in. Now you have that. You come back, change this out. Put some concrete in here. No worries, Raxus. So, so simple little things like that can make a big difference. You could even do the foundations on this side and do similar things to them. There's a lot you can really do with these building pieces. And a lot of stuff I'm constantly learning too about what you can do with them. It's pretty impressive what you can manage with them. I do, yes. Actually, as a matter of fact, my large petroleum factory over there, I have pipes coming out of the walls and up as a decorative look to the outside of the building. Another neat thing you can do while in here, if you notice, I've got color palettes on my buttons. You can assign color palettes to your quick bar. Not a lot of people realize that, but you can do it, which can make for a lot of time savings in doing some of this stuff. Fluid mechanics is tower hack method actually work? Yes, it does work. I don't do it personally, but it does work.
Hey, how when you were using when you're playing Skyrim, how do you switch to your other monitor? Or do you have to use Control Alt Delete to switch over?
Oh, you mean like changing over, like tabbing out?
Like, yeah, I can't. For some reason, it doesn't let me. The only way I found is Control Alt Delete, and then I can go over to my other monitor.
That or, the Windows key. Alt tab. I use Alt tab a bunch.
Alt Tab.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of doing it that way though, because I've been having issues where it caused the game to freak out.
Yeah.
Bing, bing, bing. Try and bait him with the Control Alt Delete. Alt F4. Right about there'll work. You know what? On second thought, let's. Not quite where I wanted it. That's a little closer. That's fairly straight there. Something like that. Something like that. What do you want, Muppet? Go away. I said go away. All right. I really wish you could copy and paste water pump settings. Oh wait, you can now? So good. That's such a good thing. You never used to be able to copy and paste them settings. Yeah, them damn space tick bean things, whatever the shit they are, love to get in the way. Absolutely love to get in the way. Alright, now's the tricky part. We need to put... something like that. And then I'm going to end up having to do... something like that. That's the best I'm gonna get right there. There we go, something like that. And we need to put some pumps on these to get that up to that height. there. Go. Hopefully that gets it all up there. I can also hold left control, left click to add a power pole. Yeah, you can, like if you're doing this, you don't even have to hold the control. If you've got the power pole selected, you just got to click into the line, and then you can do one of these numbers, and wherever you place it, it's going to move that line. I always just forget I can do that. What's going on, Birdie? Replace walls with the control key. Alright, so we need to figure out how I'm gonna do this.
Of course it crashes.
There we go. Now we have that up there. I have my heavy oil residue over here. I have rubber. First, I need to do oh, yeah. Yeah, if you hold control, you can swap things out like that. Yep. Gets that up there. Those are all good to go.
I'll catch you later.
That. Yep.
Thanks.
Take care, Carter.
Yep.
All right. We might need to go bigger than this footprint. I can easily do that if need be. Actually, it might not be a bad thing to square off this whole footprint, too. Take this chunk here and change it so that it follows this other existing archway here. That might be something to do. We'll see. I need to get 32 blenders up here. So I need 4 sets of 8. Four sets of 8. If I start over here, for example, let's go, we'll go a foundation in, and if I were to go, turn that around, 1, 2, 3. So I could actually go, whoops, there. One, 2. Go like that. I'm basically leaving 1 in between. 1, 2. Hey, stop it. There we go. That would be a set of 8. That might get in the way. The machine hits that. Let's go ahead. You know what? Let's get rid of this. Hey, Darius. Where's my handsome? Hey, babies. Ugh. Snappy. Walking on Daddy's belly. That'd be 2 sets of 4. 2 sets of 8, rather. Not where I wanted you. 3, 4. 6. 8. And now we're stuck. All right. I could go further. I would need to go what? Have that, and then I'd have... I'd have to go 3 more in that direction. I can get by with that. Yeah, I think I'm going to chop this chunk here out. I'll leave it on this. Do one of these numbers with it. Yeah, something like that. I still got to throw colors into this place, pillars, beams, all that stuff. We'll do that after I get the rest of this built out. Clearly, I'm gonna have to move that further than I thought I was gonna have to. Go. 4 sets of 8. There's my 32. Yeah. There's my 32. Huh. Then we're going to have another floor above this. Where I will have to put all of the refineries. I need 108, I think it was, refineries. This is what my goal is to try and get about 600 plastic out of here and about 3,000 rubber. This will give me some extra plastic for the base down below, or for my main factory, and a ton of extra rubber. So we're going to be using recycled rubber, recycled plastic. Yeah, I was doing that to a degree, but it was causing some funky snapping because I was spinning the buildings. But yeah, it does help some with that. So here we've got the 1,200 crude coming in. I've got this part done. We've got the residual rubber done downstairs. I've got the 4,000 water done now. We're working on the diluted fuel, so we got the 32 blenders. And this is where it's going to get funky right here, is trying to split this up for this recycled plastic and rubber section. So we're going to need to do some weirdness with the refineries, because I need 65 and 43, or 42 and 64 with one of them overclocked a piece. But I've got to try and mix that overclocking section with the fuel. So we're going to have to do some mess, some shenanigans there. They'll start spinning once I put the heavy oil and the water to them and turn them on. Then they'll start spinning. But yeah, I do know about the control click to help with putting these in, but what I was having happen was, like, right now I'm holding control and it's not snapping in. It's keeping it kind of in line, but it's not snapping right beside it. And then because these were facing these, it was trying to offset this to match with this, instead of it snapping in beside that one. Ow. That hurt. Yeah, I'm good at missing jokes like that. I'm not surprised I missed it. Get all these in place. We'll start working on the piping in the next floor down. If I put it in the right fucking spot. Oh, because you're not in the right spot. Ha 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 ha. See? I was trying to place these with control earlier, and this line got screwed up. Happens. Not a big deal. Okay. Well, this will get awkward, but it's all hidden in the ceiling, so I don't care, but... Oh shit, those are gonna be too close together to... Huh. How do I want to do this? Thank you, kitty. He just jumped up and stood on my right mouse button. Yeah, you giving me head bumps? What for? We go 2, 2, 4. And we're going diluted fuel, so I need 50, and then that. Yes, yes, yes. And I need to have power. Well, fuck me. God damn it. one that was on the stove. I did that last night. Forgot about it. Yeah, did that last night. Forgot all about it. That would help. You rotten bastard. Go. It's all done, and look, it filled with the purple stuff. All the purple goo is in. Hooray! All the purple goo. That. Rinse and repeat. A bunch of times over. Say that looked weird for a second, but then I realized I was in the wrong row. Wrong spot. that. Now we'll come over here. Do this again. How far over did I go? Middle of the next row. Okay. Say, excuse me, what the hell's going on here? No, that's not where that goes. That's also not where that goes. Two, three, four. Somewhere right here. That'll work. All the settings pasted into these quick while we're at it. Like so. Time to do the next one. Okay, so too far. goes. Fill her up, Chief. That is not where you were supposed to go. Do you have a factory going? Hyperdimensions? Yes, my main factory itself goes into dimensional storages. So everything I produce goes into a dimensional storage. For each part I manufacture in my main storage. Or my main factory, I should say. So if I go in here, you'll see, like, I don't have turbo motors being made right now. Weapons and things like that I don't really have being made. But, you know, modular frames, stators, all this shit goes straight into a AI limiters. I don't have supercomputers being made yet. I don't have screws being made anywhere in my world. But I have a centralized storage area within my main factory, and then the higher end items like cooling systems, crystal oscillators, that stuff, once I get to that point, it overflows. But I don't have, like, every line overflowing into a sink yet. I will eventually, but I don't yet. Um, this one here. Yeah, let's do this instead. Go. And this will allow for. Oops. So. Need 6. And then we'll have pumps here. Fancy, we're making fuel. Ooh, look at that. We're making fuel, chat. Now, one thing that's... Aha. That was not done. Oh, that might take a hot minute. Shit, I shouldn't have done that. There. We'll give that a minute. That should paint the pipes the right colors. Why won't you snap onto that frickin' floor hole? That was being weird. The pumps are supposed to stay black. Is what it is. Whatever. Alright, we need to get back into the basement, and then I need to do the water sets. Oh wait, one easy way to do it, you just flush the pipe out and it changes the colors. Look! Just like that. See, it's a miracle. Ta-da! Is a miracle. Oh boy. Oh crap, that's some shooting paint. Son of a bitch. That was unpleasant. What's up, Adriana? How you doing? One, two, three, four. Yep. Oh, I'm doing all right. Having some pain moments this morning, but hanging in. Just working on another petroleum-based factory. I need more plastic and rubber for the main factory. Hey. Stop that. If I go here... You're very welcome there, Adriana. And they're all blue. Wait a minute. Wait a stinking minute. I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Math. Shitty. I did this wrong. I gotta... Crap. Yep, I've gotta... Math is hard. We got 2, 4, 6. Got the math I did with this shit. Yeah, autosave. Got me again. That, and then we need to do that there. That. God damn it. Right here, I think. Yeah, something like that. Go. Now I just need the rest down there. You're supposed to be black, damn it. Okay, down here we'll do, I guess, 4 apiece. It's not going to matter. autosave. That we gotta put that there. Ooh, excuse me. Bang. There we go. All of that's done. Now I need to be able to bring that rubber upstairs, as well as we'll need some additional rubber, plus various odds and ends. Of course, all the fuel needs to get upstairs. We'll go 5. And then I'm going to do a different foundation up here. Go with the grit metal on this floor. Zip all this shit out. Alright, now the kicker is going to be getting all of the refineries up here. And if I do... I mean, I could do what? If I do 33, we'll call it 32, because I could do 1 to 244, 1 to 222. I could make that work, I think. So I do 21 of those and 60 or 33 of those. That's 54 total refineries I'd need. Hmm. 54 refineries. Let me look at something quick. We go from right here. I mean, yes, that overhangs a little bit, but we go 1, 2. What? 14. I'd need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, essentially 13 long to go 10. And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Every 8, I can get 20 of these in. So if I started right here in this corner, I might be able to get it with a very narrow edge here. That's going to become an issue, though. So if we plan on extending, if I go out 1 extra over this side, or go out a little bit extra this side on this floor, we should be all right. I might have to come this way, but I need 4, I said? No. It was 8, wasn't it? Eight. At 48? Yeah, that's definitely not long enough for that. We might be going that way some too. Well, no. Every 8 would be 20. And I need 55-ish. Alright. Well. So yeah, we need an extra row in my direction, and probably like a row or 2 in this direction, maybe, just to have some spacing between the sets of these things. This is going to be an interestingly shaped building. For sure. I do that, and then let's come into blueprints, manufacturing, refineries. Do that there. Start there. That doesn't cut it. Do that. Whoa, hey. Leave a little gap in the middle. We have a full gap here. We're on the middle of this one here. And I'd have a full gap around this side. I could live with that. Because I might have to, I'm going to have to do some shenanigans with the belting and stuff anyway for the sake of looping this stuff around and how everything's put together. So if we did that, and then I do one of these numbers, leaving a full width in between here. Why does that look like it's not lined up in the same spot? It feels like it's not lined up in the same spot. It is, but it feels like it's not. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's in the right spot. That's 40. Do I? I mean, so 9 to go between the two spots. Excuse me. It might be a bit frustrating on the fuel side. Basically, I have 8 lines of fuel, 400 a pop. So what I should try to do potentially is have 8 lines of these. Bing, bing, bing. And then I can do the math based off of fuel in. That might be the way to go. Because I needed 1,200 fuel for making plastic. Well, 1266.667. But if I just call it 1,200, I won't have the exact 600 plastic out, but I could do, 3 rows of that, and then have the rest of it, because I'd have 1,200 there. 1, 2, 3, and then the other 5 go up into their own respective setups. And that's one possibility. That's 40. If I do 60, maybe I do recycled plastic. Love this game, but you're pretty new, Delta Wolfie. Oh, we all started somewhere. That's 40. Do 60. Oh, we all started somewhere. That's for sure. We all started somewhere. What's going on there, Midnight Tabby? How you doing today? Everything is still in long lines, one process at a time. Well, I've got things one process at a time. That's how I actually designed my main factory, is to do one process at a time. This area of the factory will be nothing but making iron sheets or quick wire or whatever it might be, and then that goes into other areas. I appreciate that there, Midnight Tabby. And Delta Wolfie, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. Alright, if I do this, let me see if I can do, let's do recycled plastic down here. If I do recycled plastic, it normally takes 13 of the, or 30 of this. If I do, say, 15, if I do every 5, 80. Shit, I can't quite get to 80 rubber coming in. Well, that answers that question. I can do a row of 10 though, and set that up so I'd have a row of 10, row of 10, row of 10. This would all be plastic, and then I would need to add 5 more. Jesus. No, 2 more. So I'd need 3. Yeah, so we need to add. I would need to come way over here. Appreciate the lurk there, Tabby. We're gonna do it. Yeah, went one too far. Hey, Farmer Marks.
Gatorade. H2O.
This is suddenly going to get quite a bit larger than it needs to be. Thanks for the hydrate and the stretch there, Farmer Marks. We're going to have some funny math, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Like this. There. Oh, Jesus, I got a freaking twitch in my leg right now. There it is. Doing it better. You're not wrong. You're not completely wrong there, Axis. Oh. Oh, God. This is going to be annoying. I'm going to want a pillar under this corner. I'm going to want a pillar to hold this corner of the building up. I'm going to have to thread it down between here. How's it going there, Beldrago? I mean, I guess I could move the frickin' railroad track over, but at this point, I've already done it all, so it's like... Why would I want to now go and have to move it? I mean, it would have made the building a lot more... a lot easier to build. I mean, it wouldn't be that bad, because what I would do is I would plan out the new track and basically build in the new track and then just erase the old track. Instead of having this curve right here, I would just move it so the curve would be over here. I have some thoughts. But before I get to that, we need to start doing electrical. Ooh, this gives me an opportunity. I can redo this effect across here, because I have... Hmm. That's a possibility. I could just... bring that straight up. But, how do I want to get the electrical up here is the question. Power's there. That doesn't much matter, I guess. I can just bring it straight up right here. Ah! right, we want that. Hey, stop that. God damn it. That. What's going on there, Raphael? Did you know if you made 33,000 equal? That sounds about accurate. Yeah. I believe it. Do. That's not where I wanted you. To make a camera system for a mealworm factory. I don't know what it is about mealworms. They give me the heebie-jeebies. Like maggots. I don't know what it is about them. I'm fine with worms, but it's something about mealworms and like maggots that just give me the heebie-jeebies. No, thanks. See, for me, it's kind of the opposite. Like, I can do, worms and night crawlers, even though they're, like, slimy and shit. They don't bother me. I mean, it's been a couple decades since I last really went fishing, but, like, I can go fishing and handle worms and stuff like that. No problem. But if I were to go and try to get, like, mealworms or something like that for, like, say like a snake or a lizard, if I had a lizard, I wouldn't be able to handle mealworms for it. I don't know why. That's not where that goes. Kind of like those people, maggots in a can don't bother me, but in trash and stuff. Well, yeah, because in trash and things like that, then you probably have the decomp smell mixing in with it, which, isn't human decomp, but, that nasty, rotten decomposition smell. Maggots in a laboratory don't typically smell that bad, depending on how they're being raised. But the sight of them still just, bleh, you know, that type of thing. I can't do it. It's not as bad as... You're on the wrong side, aren't you? Aha. There we go. And now, no, don't mistake me. I wouldn't exactly like go swimming in a bunch of frickin' worms, that type of deal. I mean, the camera system I could handle, but it's the word I'm thinking of. It's not the phobia, but you know how like lotus flowers, that you know, with the pits and things like that, it tends to like make people go kind of like I get that way to a degree with it. I'm not as bad as some people, but that's kind of the same feeling I get when it comes to like maggots and mealworms and stuff like that. All right, I think what we're going to do for the sake of the fuel is I'm going to bring it up this side. I'll bring it all to this end. One second, chat. All right, sorry about that. Oh. Yeah, wet and slimy. I mean, don't get me wrong, I understand it. But it, like, I mean, that doesn't bother me as much as some people. I guess we'll put this right there. Like that. Shows you how old this particular blueprint is. We didn't have the clean pipes back then. Kachuga, kachuga. Uh, 200-foot machine. It's a pretty fairly decent sized machine. About a football field. So about 300 feet. $100 yards, 300 feet. You're probably in meters, but $70 to $100. So yeah, about 210 to 300 feet ish. 12 to 27 feet high. Ish. You know, roughly speaking. Oh, that's bullshit. It's yellow, but then the minute I click, it goes fucking red and won't fucking... That's bull. Nope, that's not where I put it. I put it right there. go, like that. What's going on, Wheels? How you doing, buddy? You're back in Satisfactory too? Yeah. It's Adriana's fault. She made Eyes play it. Now Eyes has been playing it. And it's got me wanting to do it because Zelray's been playing it too. And I've been doing some of this, and then when I'm not streaming, Smirkin, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. When I'm not doing this, I've been doing some Skyrim. How's it going, Smirkin? How was your stream today? What were you up to in Satisfactory? Working on some train blueprints? Nice. Those are a popular request by people. Figuring out a few things coming along. Nice. Well, welcome in, Raiders. For those just joining, I am working on a recycled rubber and recycled plastic factory. I need some more rubber and plastic in my main factory. So we've got the train split off here into I have two separate ports here. I'll have one dedicated to rubber. The other one will be plastic, limestone, and sulfur. This is a sulfur node right over there. I'm going to grab that limestone plus the plastic. That'll come into this train station. This side here is going to be all rubber. So I will need to manually feed some plastic in to get it to work. Just got your rebar gun? Nice, Beldraco. But I took the 1200 oil that's here, turned it into heavy oil residue. Let me just poke through here. I have the heavy oil residue coming up here with water to make the diluted fuel. I have this line here is making rubber from the blue pellets. Polymer resin. I started out trying to fit this building in between the train tracks, and then when I realized how many machines it was going to be, just kind of expanded out over the top of it. So, I'm working on setting up the last couple runs of the fuel up into the top. Then we'll have to set up the plastic and rubber belting. Get that all done so I can have the recycling working properly. And then from there, we'll get it brought into the main plant. Shouldn't be hard to do. Not a problem, Smirkin. Appreciate you dropping people by. Hopefully we'll catch you again next time, or in the future. Once again. Appreciate the raid. So there's that. Now we just need to get those brought up here. Let's go ahead and we're going to put one here. Nope, wrong. It needs to go here. And then I can go there. That. Bring that up, and then we have 3 more to do. Bingo. Pump, 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 pump. Now I have 1, 2, 3. So, excuse me, we'll do 1, 2, put 3 there. Ah! Autosave got me. So, did you start over, Wheels, or did you continue on a previous save? Continued? Yeah, same here. Well, this is unfortunate. Those are right in the way. Smack dab in the way. What if I instead... I mean, do I honestly care if they're smack in the way? Nope, I don't. We're gonna leave them. We're gonna leave them. Alright, so we've got that all done. Now I need to set up the recipes. I need to use 40 at a time. We're going to do plastic on this end. And I need to do 40 in, so it's going to be 80 out. Right, like that, yes. So let's go ahead and grab shard. One, two. Three lines of that, and then this is going to be recycled rubber. Go 80. Like so. Hey, go ahead. You never know. I might not even know the tip there, Bill Draco. But certainly, I mean, I don't mind people sharing tips. Just don't get offended if I don't necessarily use said tip. I don't mind people sharing tips at all. It's very helpful. But like I said, just don't be upset if I don't necessarily use the tip, because I forget about a lot of stuff. I just, I do things a certain way because it makes sense to me. So, yeah, I mean, I don't mind. And the recipes... Yeah, if you put the recipes in, that never used to be a thing. You used to have to copy it in afterwards no matter what. But yeah, if you put this in here and then put in a copy of this machine now, it's going to automatically have that recipe set in it. Yep. Yeah, that's actually fairly new. But... for sure, yeah, it's actually a good tip. Yep, that used to not be a thing. Actually, as a matter of fact, too, copy and paste on water extractors never used to be a thing, and it is now. I used to hate water extractors because you'd have to put the recipe in and the shards into every single one. But now you can actually copy and paste the water settings too. All right, now's the tricky part. Now is the damn tricky part, because we need to... I think I'm going to have everything run to that end and across. So we'll come up and feed from this direction. No. We'll have rubber go that way, plastic come this way. Yes. Yeah, we'll have plastic come to this end, rubber go to that end. Because the plastic's going to have to come this way and go back in to feed. For the rubber to come out, the rubber's going to have to come in to feed these. So we want rubber coming from this direction. Autosave. There's that. We'll do one more on this end here. Drake. Can I do it me a Drake? There we go. Now, I have 30 machines taking 40 rubber at a pop. We need 1,200 rubber on this end to do this. We need exactly 1,200 rubber. So I think what we're gonna do Stop it, cat. Here. Over there. that, and then one last one over here. That. No, pardon me. Yeah, holding control when doing this and being able to lock them in place is so nice. I remember when you had to manually like look at these and try to line them up. That was such a pain in the ass. What's going on, Tyvius? How you doing, buddy? Oh, I appreciate it, Tyvius. Oh, there's that autosave again. You got me. Shout out in for Tyvius there. Remember the SGA? He's been doing some satisfactory lately. But oh, Satisfactory Plus. Yeah, that's a tough one. Satisfactory Plus does a lot to the game. Have they implemented nuclear yet in Satisfactory Plus? It's one of the biggest reasons I've never done a Satisfactory Plus playthrough, is because they never had like nuclear put in. So it was always like you always ended up limited with what you could do for power. The last few times I've watched people play it through. Alright, so rubber's gonna come to... We need plastic coming to this end. Not yet. They've only gotten to tier 7, but they're working on it. Yeah, see, until they get to nuclear, I don't know if I'll ever do a Satisfactory Plus playthrough. We need what? We need 2,000 plastic coming this way. The rest can go out that way. So I can have 800, and then have this come down, split... Why does it feel like we're making more plastic than we should be? I need 5 times 40. I need 2,000 plastic coming that way. The rest will go out that way. Oh yeah, we'll end up with more plastic than I thought we would. And then we'll be using 1,200 rubber of the... So I'm only going to be making 2... I did that wrong. Crap. One of those lines needs to be swapped to plastic. Or to rubber instead of plastic. Yeah, I need to flip this one around. Crap. It needs to be 2, because that'd be 1,600. Right, I've been making 1,600 plastic with 2 of these. Then I'd have 60 times... I'd need 2,400. No, I have to keep it with the... The only other thing I could do is split... I could split this. And have... If I did that, it'd be 25 plastic and 55 rubber. $4,400, but then I'd need... Yeah, because then I'd be making 3,400 rubber. If I go 55 times 40, I need 2,200. I wouldn't... Yep, it has to be at the 30 and 50. Otherwise, I'm not making enough plastic to feed the rubber. And the steam power's been tweaked. Yeah, so much to do. Yeah, there is a ton you have to do to get that open. But the problem with the power situation that I was talking about, I know Tyvius has probably already left and gone to bed. I'll get to you in a second, Grinwald. The problem is you end up basically, fuel is your highest power source, so you end up having to do just astronomical amounts of fuel generators, which aren't as easy to do as they are in base game, just in order to try and get power, because there's no nuclear equivalent option. They even use parts of refined power, but not all of it, so you don't get the higher powered options, so you end up very limited on what you can do to create power for your factory. So if you wanted to do a large factory in Satisfactory Plus, which you kind of have to get everything done because of how much it adds, it's almost impossible to keep up with the amount of power you need to make. I watched Reyes do it at one point back in update 8, 7 or 8, and it was like so astronomically intensive to try and get the power done that like he gave up. And if Reyes gave up, yeah, I ain't doing it. I'll wait. But no, I have no intention of playing No Man's Sky Grinwald. I have zero interest in No Man's Sky anymore. I played it. Oh, Jesus. No Man's Sky. The last time I played No Man's Sky was probably 2021. Yep, September of 2021. That was back when the update came out for the being able to, have your own settlements and shit. And I was excited about that, so I picked it up on sale and I played it for a bit. But the settlements were garbage back then. I was not a fan of the base building mechanics, and I just got bored of the game so quickly back then that it was like, I had no interest. And now it's like, even with all the changes, it doesn't really... you can do that in Starfield, and that didn't hold my interest either. Okay, so plastic will come down this way, rubber will go out that side. Yeah, so we're going to have 30 times 80 is 32. I do 25 times 80 is 2,000. But then I'd need... $30 times 80 is 2,400. It's 2,000. So I'm going to end up with 1,200 plastic and 2,400 rubber. Not exactly the ratio I wanted out of this, but what I'll do is I'll have the rubber going in here, 800 to a line, and then I'll have the plastic take up 2 of these plus the sulfur, and I will ignore the limestone. That's what we'll do. We'll go plastic. Times 2. We'll go PLA. PLA, sulfur. Plastic, plastic, sulfur. That'll work. Yeah, the problem I run into with No Man's Sky is because everything's procedurally generated, you end up running across, like, as you're exploring planets, you're running into the same types of planets with just different colors or different weather effects. Creatures are all very similar, so while, yes, you're exploring a new planet, it's like, been there, done that. Been there, done that. Been there, done that. Well, I'm ignoring limestone because I still have a ton of limestone back here that I haven't even used that's much closer to my factory. I got 2 here. I've got 3 here. I've got another one there underneath the factory. So I've got a ton of limestone here that I haven't utilized yet, so I'm not going to bring in limestone on that train. I'll utilize it for something else. I mean, I have limestone on this train here because it happened to be mixed in with these, but I'm not going to necessarily... Oh, I was going to say, like, are you just sitting there, or what are you doing? Alright, so I need 50 times, I need 2,000 in that direction. So we're going to have this line, and then half of this one. This one's going to come down and split. It's going to 1800, 1800, or 1600. Times 80. Oh, no, no, no. I'm only going to have 400 plastic. Why was I thinking I'd have so much plastic coming out of here? I guess I will put limestone on here. Alright, so we're going to do... I'm going to end up moving these power poles, probably. Yeah, I'm probably going to end up moving this whole line of power poles. So we're going to overflow in that direction, none out the front, and this is going to be any out to the right. No, I am going to go that way. And then that and that are just going to feed in that direction anyway, so it's not going to matter. I just need mergers. No, no belt donuts, please. So that'll go straight down. that. Okay, so we can do that. Want to do that? Savage, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. How you doing? Cameo, how's it going, buddy? There. All right. Savage, how was Satisfactory this morning? Is it Limoges.net? Paxolito, Nagrath Dearman, and Fredneck Teddy, I think. Thank you all for the follows. How are you all doing today? Fudgicles and Mako Shotgun, thank you as well for the follows. Doing okay, hope you're well. Playing the Satisfactory Plus mod pack. Nice, right on. Hey, we were just talking about the Satisfactory Plus mod pack a few minutes ago. We were just talking about that. How's it going there, Shaky Booty? Welcome in. This one needs to be going out in the other direction. Right now I'm doing a recycled rubber and recycled plastic factory. I need more, primarily more rubber in my main factory. Because I'm very low on, I'm actually not even producing enough rubber to cover what's needed in my factory. So I came up here to get, I took the 3 nodes that were next to the Titan Forest here, and I'm turning them into 2,400 net 2,400 recycled rubber and net 400 recycled plastic. Obviously, it'll be making more like 2,400 plastic and 4,400 rubber, but no, 4,000, so 2,600. Whatever it is. Brain not braining. So 4,000 minus the 1,200 I've got to do here, right? Yeah, so 2,800 rubber. My bad. Brain not braining. So I've got the first floor of this building right now is producing all of the heavy oil residue. This line here is rubber from the wow, words, the blue thingies. Then on this floor here, I'm making diluted fuel, and then diluted fuel plus plastic to rubber, and rubber to plastic, and so on. I'm actually going to be making 3,200 rubber out of here. I forgot about the 400 on the first floor. Polymer resin. Words. I'll have to figure out over here where I'm going to bring the plastic down. Probably right along the outside of the building. I'll pop that up somewhere there, then it can run across and into the back of the pad and all that stuff. Need to raid and run, past your bedtime? Not a problem there, Savage. Appreciate the raid. You take care. This has to go, ouch, down this way. Wait, no. Learn to math, please. Learn to math. I mean, I'll get this shit straight eventually. That was rude. Alright, like that, and then we will do... there. There we go. That's done. Now I need to get the rubber flowing in this direction here. Three of those will go straight out, one into each of those. And then the other line will join the one that's coming up from down below. Yeah. That's how we'll do it. That's how we'll do it. Bit of a tight fit, but we're gonna make do. Please don't do that. No. Clip into the right spot, please. Alright, if I want to be able to feed in here... I could come up over here somewhere. Straight out if I did. They don't have much choice in that. Yeah, I don't really have much choice there. Turn that, bring that back, boom, boom, up here. It doesn't need to be 400, but, or a Mark 6, but that's what we're gonna run. And then, over here, be that run there will come across, no, this run here will come across. That, and then these ones I'm just going to drop straight into the floor. And I can process them through this area. Same thing here. I'll bring these ones in, drop them through the floor, come over, drop them down, and then I'll make a... kind of have an idea for how I'll do this transition. Yeah, I think I know how I'm going to do that transition now. If I go here, here, that's the line I did that on, yep. And then do there, like so. Ah! Autosave. I think I need to lengthen out my autosave. there's that. Bang. So that's gonna all come this way. Four, four. Floor hole, floor hole. Bang, bang, bang. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, because that one goes over that way, and then those 4 become the 3,200 I have coming out of here. Perfect. We have rubber. Shit. That went in the wrong spot. That's gonna be shitting out plastic. Gonna take a bit while I work on the rest of this. Seed rubber, that'll take over. Yeah, see, this will slowly start to fill up as we produce. Yeah, There we go. I should start seeing more rubber coming down this way, which is in turn going to go that way. Yeah, because this is going to go, it's going to feed that, which is going to in turn feed this. So it'll fill itself up now. We got our initial seed product in here. Now, it's also going to be important that nothing back up here and stop this. So we're going to need to put all of these lines going to here are going to need a overflow sink somewhere in here as well. So we need to set up an overflow sink to make sure nothing stops. So where do I want to put the overflow sinks? Let's see. Overflow sinks. The awesome sinks need... I mean, they could go on this floor here. I could change those 4 around how they're done to put sinks. This one here could come into a smart splitter. One side goes out to a sink. I could bring this floor here out, maybe. I need 8 sinks total. Is the 8 line, well, 9 sinks total, technically, because I've got that line down there I don't want backing up either. But that one can have a sink down on the first floor here. I can reconfigure that line and have a sink down there for that. Bring all the lines over. I could do... Yeah, so we put a sink down there. I do 8 sinks up here. Each of these lines comes to a sink. And then it'll let me punch it into this floor, bring it that way. We can have our exit out over there. All right, so I need to redo this little bit. Not a big deal. We can... take those off. those off. Gonna go right will be any, none, overflow, that, and then we need this here. Like so. Alright, first things first, let's go down to the first floor here, take care of this. What's going on, Big Scooby? All of that coming down that way. Ow! Jesus! Criminy. Alright, and then we're gonna put a awesome sink right here, I guess. Yeah, we'll put it right there. Works out perfectly from there. That there, and then we're gonna go any, and we're gonna go overflow here like this. There, that way this will never back up. We should be making more polymer resin. Oh, hold on, I need to probably dump, I probably need to dump those fluid networks a few times. Actually, no. That's not going to fully go until I get the sinks set up for the other lines to keep them running constant. Otherwise, they're just going to keep shutting down because of flow. See, that one's already shut down. This is going to kind of continue. Yeah, that's gonna take a hot minute till I can get some sinks set up on them. But you're going out that direction, so I actually need to. Do that, and then we're gonna overflow. Like that, and then I can live with that. There we go. So I now have an overflow there, overflow there. Overflow here. I go out 4. Go 5. One more. This is gonna be, this is the middle of the floor itself. Right? So this one here is the middle of the road. We go in by half. One and a half to the edge. Half to the edge. I got one in the. Crap. Stop jumping around, god damn it. Yeah, a lot of people have been playing Satisfactory lately, Scooby. A lot of people have been playing Satisfactory lately. Okay, so we're gonna go... overflow out that side. This one's gonna overflow out this side. This one's gonna overflow out that side. So those will be the three plastic lines coming in. And then we'll have... only one needs to... Actually, I technically don't need those, but we're going to do it anyway, just to kind of shits and giggles. And then we'll go... It's mostly the rubber we need to have on here. Bingo, like that. We'll set the power up here in a minute. that side, overflow this side. There we go. It should now start dumping that. Alright, now we just need to get the plastic brought over, tied in, just to make sure those don't back up. There. There we go. Now that'll keep running. Should keep running. Perfect. There we go. I only speak English, King. Not a problem. All right, so we need the rubber is not flowing like it should yet. I think at this point I need to start that'll help fill this up some. There we go. Slowly but surely. Let's grab some more plastic. Let that fill. Gonna take a while for this to fill up. You know, that should help get more of that going. That should help speed it up. Keyword should. So while that's doing that, let's go ahead and see about the only ones we need are those 5. Some plastic coming in here from far end. We don't have any plastic coming into these ones yet. That's fine. Our amount of coupons. Like it. Like getting all them extra coupons. Well, that reminds me, we need to put a water on here eventually. All right, these 5 need to go that way. Really only 4 that are going to be going in this direction, but I will bring all 5 anyway. we need to go. Don't know why it was like that, but that's fine. Go. We're gonna have to shift this one here. I don't care if it's clipping into this stuff. All right, now what I need to do is figure out how to do a 5:3 merger so it's evenly split across the board. How would you do that? If I split... And ultimately, yeah, 5:3 is a pain in the ass, but we'll utilize this space here to make it happen. Basically, if I split each of these lines into 3 and then merge each of those 3 into each other, it would do the trick. Be a bit of a nightmare, but I could do it. Actually, it'd be easier if I took all this out and staggered them height-wise coming down here. I could do it right along this row here. Gonna be a little messy, but I have an idea. See how well it works. No, that wouldn't work. Damn it, that won't work the way I want it to. That's going to be a bit convoluted. I'll have to do some thinking on that one. But I'm going to do that off stream. My back is starting to yell at me. I need to get off of here. So this is doing its thing. It should start to fill up more and more as we go. This is going to have a hard time filling up completely because this won't be running completely because these aren't running completely. It's just gonna take time. To really fill everything in. Yeah, it's slowly filling up. I get plenty of runtime while I figure out the merger setup. And we'll get that coming over here into this. I'll get that set up. We've got a long ways to go on this project before I'm done and I can move on from here, because I've got to build the building and decorate it all, color it, do all that stuff before I can leave this building. So it'll have plenty of time to fully saturate. I mean, ultimately, the more this line here saturates, the more everything else will saturate. Oh, it's this line here. Technically both of them, but the more we have this one running, the more it's going to get those two running, which will get that stuff all, those four all running, so on. Anyways. Yeah, we're going to leave it here. And, I'm going to go find somebody to raid.
Oh, hello.
What's up, Reyes?
Oh, you're
That's-
ending.
Yep. Oh, the back's telling me I need to get off the PC.
Okay.
The back is telling me I need to get off of the PC. Let's see. Get. Where's Mr. T? I haven't rated him in a while. Let's see. Let's go raid Mad Matt. I haven't raided him in quite a while. He's doing some ETS too. See what he's up to. While I get that raid started, I want to say big thanks to everybody for coming and hanging out. I do greatly appreciate it. It's been a busy day today. Cope TV, Boomhauer, Smirkin, The Savage, thank you all for the raids. Everybody that followed, thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. Everybody that came in, hung out, and just relaxed for a while, much appreciated. I probably won't be back tomorrow due to doctor's visits and stuff like that. But I should be back Thursday. So hopefully I'll catch you all then. Till then, though, I want you all to take care. Stay safe. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And let's go say hi to Mr. Mad Matt. Take care, everybody.